It's being recorded.
Okay. How do I get that screen out?
Bottom of the screen, you should have that arrow pointing upward with inside of a rectangle.
Okay. All right. Think we're good. So, okay, it's 5:03. So thank you everyone for joining the October ExCom meeting. Just kind of housekeeping, please mute your line if you're not speaking, and you can always use your hand to, or let's say chat if you have any question, or raise your hand. So today is October 19 and it's 5:03, and I'd like to call the meeting into session. And I would like to probably focus tonight on the procedure vote so we can get that done and then send that out to Region 2 for review, and then we can send it to the section for approval. So we're going to spend some time on that topic. And I will hand it to Howard for the minutes, review of the minutes, and I sent that out to everyone. So I hope that most of you had a chance to review it. And if you have any question, we don't want to go through it line by line. So let me pull it out. I can share it. I got my screen.
I didn't get any feedback from anyone on the minutes.
You did not get any feedback? Okay. Right. Can everybody see the minutes? Okay, so we can scroll through it, and if any issue or concern,
They don't show, Ellen.
you don't show?
No, I don't see them. Is Ellen starting to share content? Doesn't say, it says view Ellen's applications. It's a blank screen. Other than, oh, there
I can see it. I can see it, but it's kind of small, but it's there.
Yeah, he can enlarge it, but those are September minutes.
Can you guys see it?
No. Those are the August minutes. We need the September minutes.
There you go.
Okay. Can everybody see it?
Yeah.
I got
Yes.
it.
Yeah, Helen, those are the September ones. Oh, there they. Okay. Yeah, we're good to go. Just have to
Okay.
make it. Just need to make it bigger. Yeah. All right. Thank you. That's good.
Okay. So we'll scroll through it, and then anybody have a question, make a motion and correction to Howard. We did have made a motion for, I guess, the we budget. And then a motion for the grad student event for 350, and meeting was adjourned by Howard and Dr. Berger.
The, uh, the budget is attached to these minutes that people were supposed to look at. That's what Daniel presented. And if there's comments, I don't know that we're going to take anything on that tonight specifically, but they were supposed to look it over and see if everything looked all right from their perspective. We added $300 to weed. That's not in here because that would have appeared in tonight's report if he has one tonight. So that's my only comment.
Okay. So is there any question? Okay, if there's no question, would like to motion to approve the September 21, 2021 minutes.
You made a motion? Or you
Okay,
need
that,
to make?
I would like to ask for someone to make a motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes, September minutes.
Okay, Dr. Berger, seconds.
I second.
Sol seconded. And motion to approve the September 21 minutes carried. And all in favor say aye.
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 Okay. I don't hear anybody else. I guess everybody else is muted. So I'll take it as a approved. So
Most
Howard,
of us were not here last month, so we cannot vote on it. So
John, I didn't get
Carried.
what John was saying.
well,
He was saying that most of us weren't here last month, so those that weren't here should can't vote on it.
Okay. Okay, just minutes is approved. Howard, did you make a note of that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So let's move to just close that. I guess we'll move into the chair report. I don't have a whole lot, and they had a Region 2 meeting this weekend, and unfortunately I have some prior events, and I misread the agenda, so I tried to come in later, and they were just wrapping it up. So I'm glad Dr. Berger was there. Would you like to make a comment, Dr. Berger, on the Region 2 meeting?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Helen. We had either in-person or video recorded presentations by IEEE President, IEEE President-elect. The IEEE President went through a litany of major initiatives coming down the pipeline in IEEE. There's a brand new IEEE ethics initiative. I believe it's all online. I think it's accessible from the front entry webpage of IEEE. And it's really an effort to keep a clean ship, make it very easy for reporting of ethics violations or alleged ethics violations, and so it's really to kind of make sure everything's running smoothly in all tendrils of the IEEE organization globally. Then she went on to talk about another major initiative on diversity and inclusion, which is also front and center, I believe, in the web pages. Um, and so there's a lot of nice oh, and then also she directed us to take a fresh look at the online version of IEEE Spectrum, and you can log in and kind of create a username profile. She said it's got not much fresher look. I did that myself while the meeting was taking place, and it does look very nice. So I encourage you to do that. Um, so yeah, a lot of nice things happening, I think, to really bring everything together.
Yeah, that's good. So, and I think the next one schedule is in March. They're not quite sure if that's still going to be virtual. Do you have, did they made it known that it's going to be a personal meeting or face-to-face meeting?
I think that everyone was wishing it to be in person, but a
Okay.
wish does not make reality. Uh,
Yes, we don't know what's going to be in 3 months still. I mean, but it's always good to hear the plans, and a lot of things is happening in the region level. Okay. Anything else, Dr. Berger?
um, Since I wasn't really taking notes, there's probably a bunch of other juicy stuff that I might have overlooked, but yeah, that's some of the highlights that I remember from memory.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I will have Daniel. Do you have is Daniel?
There is one other thing that might catch people's. Apparently, there was a patent study of the basically did a data analytics, and that the number of citations from patents to IEEE journal articles was was 3 times. I did take notes on this. 3 times more often than any other scholarly or commercial publisher. So IEEE was just walloping the competition in making patent savvy references.
That's probably part that because places like Collaboratech, I'm not sure if you or your student uses Collaboratech, and that's open to public. You don't even need to be.
Well, no, this is the patents. I used Collaboratech. In fact, I mentored a student in South America who found me through there and wanted to be mentored. So I set up some Zoom meetings with him. But no, this is talking about the patents going through the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, and what are the references that these patent invention disclosures or patent applications are making. And they said IEEE has increased, the patent referencing to IEEE has increased 923% since 1997. Just
Wow.
amazing.
So that tells you about all the information that is available, and people actually utilizing those information as reference.
Yeah, this is the branding for this new flexible electronics journal that I'm part of launching. You know, that's the branding, is that IEEE is where the rubber hits the road, and you can publish in these crazy high impact journals, but they're not really based in reality. They're sort of a one of kind of studies, and IEEE is, robustness, repeatability, reliability, things that actually matter to the practical or real world.
Yeah, the lady I was working with she's I think she chairs like 28 working group in the biomedical side of things. So they're really working quite a bit on a lot of the FDA inventions and some of those standards are coming through right out of IEEE. So that's very good publicity for IEEE, I guess, when we think about.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, so I don't see Daniel. So we'll go ahead probably because I don't want to hold up. I know some of you guys have some other meeting to go to, so I would like to spend some extra time on this section operating procedures. It's been a long time since we updated the one we had. I think it was like 92 or 2012 maybe, when the last time they tried to attempt to update it to get it in line with the national procedures, and so I'd like to do that. And I've sent this out about a month ago. I hope some of you had a chance to look it over. I know I got a comment from Dr. Golsey about the online students, and we somewhat discussed that last meeting, that with the advent of online learning and everything, I don't think that's really matter where the students is residing now, but with the parent organization, I think there it's covered, but it's not going to be specific where if a student is in Atlanta, I mean, if they go to their local section IEEE, and they still should adhere to those local procedures. But for Columbus, I don't think it's that important. I think, in my opinion, and I know Dr. Berger has also mentioned that I guess online is online, and most students are doing it now from all over the world.
Well, just to clarify, I like to mention that DeVry University Online is housed under Region 2 and Columbus section. So the home is there. And when I was the SAC chair a few years ago, we discussed this at the national level, and it was decided that all the rebates from our school would go to Columbus section under the Region 2. So that part is, so no matter where our students are, they no longer, the rebates goes to their own location, which is good. And the other thing is that each student we have now students in 9 different regions out of 10. So they can participate in their local activities. So if somebody is in region 7, they can go to their own local sections and have activities, but again, they are housed not based on their geographical location, but on their section, which is going to be Columbus.
Mhm. Yeah, and still they're still going to be supported by the section. So
Right.
whatever event they have or request, that's still going to go through the section. And then the rebate, of course, they're entitled to that rebate that they can use. And of course, the more events that you have, and I think Megan was able to report some of the previous events that she was not created in vTools, and I hope she'll. I try to encourage that the student section or any of the society that they really need to get their events log in, because that's how we get our rebates.
Yeah, Megan, I guess kind of have been missing in action for a while. But I like to recommend that Ladina Drew, who is online right now, if maybe we could have another training session between her, you, Helen, and myself, so that we can go through how to input our events. We have a lot of events that has not gone into the vetool. So at your convenience, whenever you're available, we'll set up a meeting, just the three of us, so we can enter those events into the vetols.
Okay, sounds good. I will try to make I'll send you a meeting request sometime maybe second week of November.
Ladina, do you have any comment on that since you're here? You could unmute yourself.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay, great.
Okay, so everybody can see the operating procedures. Okay. So we went through this. It took us about close to 3 months, maybe, going through section by section. And I had help with Ben and Ian and Howard and Dr. Maya Ross. He's a retired OSU professor. So we went through section by section and tried the best we can to make it, you know, at least some of the language in line with the MGA, the local operating procedure. So I hope this is a start that we can do. At least we can use it as a guideline for our section to operate with. And of course, it's we have to still adhere to the national bylaws and operating guidelines, financial guidelines, and all that stuff. So is there any question? I would like to bring this to a vote to approve for the ExCom. Once the ExCom approve this update, we have to send it to Region 2 for approval prior to sending it to the section.
Yeah, I don't, this is Paul Berger. I don't have any comments against it. I have a copy of it on my other screen, actually enlarged as well. And I reviewed this earlier. The only regret was it would have maybe been nice to see a version with track changes to kind of know where to put my eyes, what had been updated. And so forth. But as far as I could tell, everything looked correct.
Okay.
But it's a dense document, you know, so it's hard to catch everything.
Right. Yeah, like I said, the last update was like 92. It was totally it's so outdated that it doesn't match to anything what we're doing. And I can send you a copy if you like. But even some of our meetings, reporting, the office, the length of office, it was just off.
Okay,
For
okay,
yeah.
that explains it. Okay, no, you're exonerated then. No problem.
Yeah, for example, like we needed to do our budget in July, which is that's not per the MGA. We need to supposed to report the last year's finance by end of January, and make sure you have the budget by January and approve it by no later than last week of February. So it was a little bit of a messy thing. So I'm glad that after almost 3 months of working with these guys, we're still kind of able to talk to each other. I've been on many committees before where some people leave and didn't want to speak to you again. Okay, so if there's any issue, I would like to bring a vote, motion for a vote, and I guess I will like to do a roll call. And I assume everyone here is part of the ExCom, so I just call one by one. And I would like to acknowledge everyone's yay or nay on the vote, if that's okay. So I'll start with Dr. Berger.
Did we move to approve yet officially?
I'll just ask for acknowledgement from each one.
Okay. I acknowledge.
Okay. John, Dr. Golsey.
Approved.
Okay. Howard, I don't know what happened to Howard, but he dropped off. So I have Saul.
I approve.
Okay. Dr. Musa.
I approve.
Okay. And let's see. Bob.
Yeah, I approve.
Okay. And we have representative from DeVry Online, Bryant.
Approve.
Okay. So Kyrenia and Lidinia is also part of DeVry Online, right?
Yes.
Okay. And David as well?
Yes.
Devin.
Yes.
Okay. So we're only supposed to get one vote from each section. Okay. So with that, I would like to ask a motion to approve the operating procedure.
I move to approve the operating procedure.
Okay, Dr. Berger made the motion. Second. Anybody would like to second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
You
With
saw?
that, okay. Motion is to approve is complete. Thank you, everyone. With that, I don't know what happened to Howard. So we will proceed to send this to Region 2 for review, and hopefully there's not a major issue, and then I can do a vetols to ask the section for a motion to approve it. That's one thing I found about vetols. I cannot actually select number of people just to send it for vote. So I don't know, maybe if anybody has tried it before and but if you do a vote in vTools, it seems like it only let you pull out a section or a society, but you cannot individually pick names. All right, thank you, everyone. So
Helen,
yes, Bob.
you'll probably have the section vote on it before we forward the LOP to Region 2, wouldn't you?
The section vote.
Yeah, the section should vote on it for approval before it's forwarded to Region 2. Is that correct?
I thought it's supposed to be sent to Region 2 first before the section vote on it.
Oh, okay.
But I will double check.
Okay.
Okay. All right. With that, I think since we don't have Daniel to do a report on treasurer report, and I think Howard is having a problem, and we did receive some finances from the auditor Jim Reed, and he was able to reconcile like 2016. He was looking into reconciling the 2017, but he found some big discrepancy. It was like maybe close to, I can't remember, like 7,000 or 13,000 that's missing in the account based on 17 and 16. So he's looking into that, and I think him and Howard is proposing something about having some external accounting people take a look at the accounts. So we'll probably discuss that with Daniel and Jim Reed and proceed with the recommendation. Okay, with that we can go into professional society. So Saul, do you have anything on membership development?
Other than, as everybody knows, we're going to have a senior member event in a couple of days, and I didn't get any recruits, so I canceled it today.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll try to do it in the spring, maybe early in the spring, and try to get some of the society to really when I go into OU Analytics, we do have a lot of people that are most qualified to upgrade.
Well, maybe we're just not ready for in-person meetings yet.
Yes, that's possible. That's possible. Yeah, we do have a lot that needed upgrade. So, and we get a little more money on the rebate for senior member. Plus, senior member tends to participate a little bit better and get involved. So we need to do a lot more work on that.
Right, right. It's a membership retention tool.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Ben is not online, so and Josh and Ian, I have a meeting with them because MakerX is coming up on December 4, and we do sponsor that event. So I want to make sure that our section is represented there. Plus, I may have to tap into some of these, maybe some of the students to have help in the exhibit. Or it's a huge event, and I think it's going to be still in the Ohio Expo Center. So Ian, myself, and Josh have a meeting coming up this week on that. I have not been able to get a hold of Carl, so it would be nice. I'll try to catch up with them, and I know Dr. Berger, I think, was able to talk to him prior about the site project, but he also haven't had any event on the Control Society, so we need to make sure he does that at least, minimum of 2 events a year. Otherwise, they always threaten us to close down the society as being inactive. Okay, so Bob, anything else on the section?
For section advisor, I don't have anything else at this point.
Okay. So I guess with that, we'll go with, you have anything in communication? You sent a message about an event?
Yeah. On Friday, October 29th from 8 p.m. until probably around 9:15 p.m., the IEEE Communications Society, or ComSoc for short, is having a virtual distinguished lecture presentation on connecting space assets to the internet, challenges and solutions. That presentation is going to be provided by, I hope I don't mess up his last name, but it's Dr. Mohammed Kuzaman, and he's an IEEE distinguished lecturer, and he's going to be talking about, instead of using dedicated links for data communications between Earth and spacecraft like satellites, using shared links on the with Internet Protocol based communications. And so hopefully we'll have a good attendance, even though it's a Friday evening. It's an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. They're allowing for 10 minutes at the end for questions, and so it's going to hopefully be widely attended because they just didn't invite the IEEE Columbus section, ComSoc chapter. They had invited quite a few chapters from around the world, so it'll have a pretty good attendance, and it sounds like it's going to be an interesting topic. and I'll be sending out an e-notice on that in the next few days. Helen, I might need your help. The last time I tried to send out an e-notice, I think it only let me send it out to the Computer and Communication Society members, but I'd like to send it out to the section membership.
Yes, you can
And
always, yeah, you can always add another like co-sponsor or something, but I just got to the point when I create an event, I choose the section, always send
yeah,
it to the section. Yeah.
right.
So
You
I'll
can do that
well,
because you're the section chair, but being the IEEE ComSoc and Computer Society chair, it only allows me to send e-notices out to the ComSoc and Computer Society members, not to the section.
okay. Yeah, maybe we can talk about it offline and see have a WebEx and have you create one and we can go through it.
Okay.
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 All right.
And that's
Thanks.
all I have to report.
All right. Great. Great. Okay. Control Society. EDS. Dr. Berger. Any events for the remainder of the year?
No events, just have my hands full, winding down the IFETC. We're organizing, I created a report, for the upcoming steering committee meeting where we'll vote on future venue, and I'll kind of officially pass the torch, which will sort of liberate me to do other things. So that's what's going on.
So you had a very successful event in
Yes.
August. Yep.
Yeah, there was a lot of firsts, a lot of things because it's still relatively new as a third offering. So there's a lot of formalities that needed to be done. So I kind of set it square, branded it with a logo and just a whole bunch of things that had never been done before. It was just a little bit too seat of the pants prior. So hopefully I've put it in good stead and it'll go forth and prosper.
Mm. Yep. Okay. Thank you. And Prakash, I think they have something going on, and he did send me an update. So they have some event coming up in next month. I have to talk to them about reporting. They have a few events that they have not been reported yet, but they've been staying busy with events every month. Okay. So Colleen for Young Professional, she said they are having an event in December, is to be determined yet. And for the we don't have a whole lot going on at the moment. So, okay, that brings us to the student branch. And Dr. Musa, for the OSU undergrad, do you have any report on that?
We had a couple of industry kind of information events, one with Procter and Gamble and the other one with General Motors. But both of these were in September. Maybe we'll have a social in the coming month. But other than that, the only other big event we'll be planning for is the winter banquet. That will be probably in January or February.
Okay. Thank you. I did attended the IEEE Day event that the graduate student branch hosted. That was a very good event. We had a fellow presented on Industry 4.0 and the future of Industry 4.0. And there's a lot of opportunities for engineers and to get involved on a lot of the technology. So that was pretty interesting. And Haley did a great job on organizing that event. Okay, so
That's specifically the grad section.
yes.
So that's, I didn't say anything because Paul is here to actually comment on that. But we did try to cross advertise for that so that we get a lot of participation.
Yes, I think that was a cross campus event. So we did see some students and professors and I think couple of sponsors, TI and another company. So, okay. Do you have anything to add on that, Dr. Berger?
No, well, not on that particular event, and thank you to the undergrad for helping promote it, and thank you, Helen, for being able to participate. The graduate student body also held a leadership retreat. A lot of new, this past year, there's gone through a big turnover in officers, so we're trying to get everybody's set straight. And so that was hopefully kind of getting marching orders. And in addition, one thing that's going on right now is they're going through the Constitution, similar to the way you just went through the operating procedures, and they're doing a refreshing of the Constitution. And so there's online voting amongst the officers right now, and that's going to be formalized, I think, in the next week. Yeah, the Industry 4.0, and I think, did you participate, Helen? I wasn't able to witness firsthand, but there was also a photo contest, photo booth at the event. Did you witness that?
We had students. Haley did send some pictures to me, and I included them into the Region 2 report to Chang.
Wonderful. Oh, she didn't share it with me. Oh, maybe you could forward that.
Yeah, so they got a photo of the board on the inside, and then some of the presentation, and also the sponsors outside, and I guess the networking pizza event. You know, it was already dark when they got outside, but still, I think everyone had a good time.
Uh-huh. As long as Tufik's on the line, I presume that your student website was also taken down by the College of Engineering when all of ours were taken down. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that is an annoying detail because they didn't just typically, remember when they were compressing the faculty one, at
Yes.
least they move the information and flatten it. So you still get one page, but your information is still there. With the student, they just remove the information. So
Yes.
there is, like, you can't find officers. Right now, at least your website takes you to a Facebook page. The undergrad basically is dead. There is no information.
Yeah, I was very upset about that. I mean, there was not much warning, and very draconian in how they implemented it, and not much help.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to, misery loves company, so.
Yes, we are in the same boat on that.
Okay.
I actually thought we would have won that fight a little bit, given when the faculty members were like, no, that's not what we agreed on. But it looks like they are going to push ahead with this, regardless.
Yeah.
So can the section have their site through IEEE? I think you can, right?
That might be, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
So
we have ours that way.
I think it will be hidden. It won't be as prominent as before. For instance, right now, if you were to search, before they took it down, you search IEEE OSU, and you can get the undergrad page, the grad page. I think you can put it on IEEE, but it will be hidden. It won't be easily accessible.
I don't think so because the Columbus we had an issue where the server that we had, the previous treasurers wasn't able
Yes, I
to.
remember that when
Yeah.
we lost the
Mm-hmm.
website. Yes,
Yeah,
the
but
domain.
now we're under that the national level, and they maintain it and they make sure that site is protected. So maybe that is a better avenue for you guys.
Yes, we'll
So,
look into that.
would we, Tufik, would we have that prominence if we put a landing page at the university level that redirected to an IEEE website?
So they won't allow us to do that. Basically, they want to remove all your ability to kind of route yourself out. But at
Oh,
least we can put a link on whatever it is they allow us to have with the university. So somebody who lands there will just click on that link and
gotcha.
then go
Oh
out.
boy, they are really tying our hands.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's intentional. They want everything to flow through the College of Engineering page or the ECE page. They don't want anything else.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe for our faculty website, we may have to start even thinking about engineering using IEEE too to see maybe that will be more stable than having to rely on the university.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this reminds me. I think I'm on my fourth or fifth business card at the university because they keep changing our emails and everything. So, yeah, nothing stays the same there. Hey, Howard's back.
Yes.
He's
And
on mute, I guess, but
yeah, and we also have Daniel. So,
I
well,
just got back. The whole thing, it says my internet with Yahoo. I lost everything, and I came back and I went all the way back to Yahoo main thing again, and actually I was able to sign back in. I couldn't get in at all. I don't know what's going on.
yeah.
I'm back in, but
Well,
I
you
don't know when
surprised you surprised you still have Yahoo.
yeah,
yeah.
that's probably a problem.
Anyway, well, good to have you back. Anyway, we did vote to approve the section operating procedure, Howard. So the motion carried on that.
Well, great. I don't have anything of that. We're going to get a recording of this, right? Because I don't have any of that.
Yes.
But that's okay.
Okay.
I'm glad I voted for.
Okay.
Hey, Helen. I know I'm super late. The only comments I had on the operating procedure was you mentioned CVRS quite a bit in there, and we're not using that anymore. We're using NextGen. But I mean, that's not a reason to not pass it. I just wanted to make sure that was known.
Yes, that was one thing that we noted that should be changed to the next gen, but I guess that doesn't really hold too much, at
Well,
this
for
time.
what we have right now, all the records are CBRS.
It's been actually transferred into next gen.
Since May.
Yeah. So I know Daniel has been working with the national to transfer everything from January 1st to May into next gen. So that's
Okay. Did you get to James's the auditor's report that I gave you?
not yet at this time. I think we may have to spend some extra time with Daniel first and review it because I don't want to hold up a lot of time on everybody today. And
Well, I understand. I didn't think we could get to it, and I don't see Jim in here tonight. He was going to be here tonight too.
Yeah, I don't see Jim, and also the VRI Online would like to present some requests for funding. So I would like to give them 10 minutes time for that. So with that, is there any additional comment between you, Dr. Berger, and Dr. Musa?
No. Let's
Okay.
wrap that up and move on.
All right. Okay. So we'll proceed with the VRI Online. You can share your screen, Brian. You can share?
So Devin and Kadania, Ladinia, and of course John, we're all here for the presentation. Devin's the one that's gonna go ahead and give the presentation. He has the PowerPoint on his computer. So.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share the screen now.
Yeah, Devin made the presentation. He's done the most work on it by far, so he's the best person to discuss it.
Everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm in trouble today.
Yeah.
We're probably having solar storms or something. Okay, so we're wanting to do a 3D printer project. Okay, yeah. If I cut out or questions, feel free to just jump on in. This is just a picture to show one of the applications in robotics. That's one of the reasons we're interested in the project. Here we're kind of talking about, sorry, get that out of the way. I want to get a panel for each of our members so that we can collaborate on much larger, make custom parts we need to do more intricate projects.
You're actually cutting out pretty bad for me, at least.
Learning how to build the tool, because a 3D printer is also
how many members are involved?
Devin,
so we're
Devin,
wanting to,
excuse me, you're cutting out really bad. Would it be helpful if I share
would
the
you like to take the
PowerPoint
ball?
so that you're saving bandwidth on your end? I would love to.
Okay, yeah, let me exit the sharing. Let's see.
If Ladinia shares the PowerPoint, your audio may become more clear, Devin. So she can just go slide by slide for you.
How do I stop sharing? Where's
You want
the
to try it
share
that way?
screen? Okay, if you could just go back to the previous slide, please. This image is the actual for. So to do the project is so that people can learn how to build the actual machine. As are applied for a variety of other machines. So the thought process by learning how to build, members will be able to build all the others, and they'll also have a tool that'll save them money and tools and things like that that they can just print at home. This is just some of the benefits of owning and using a 3D printer.
I think you're still cutting out pretty
It's
bad.
really
Devin.
simple for people to get started. Sorry, the internet's been real rough.
Brian and
Yeah.
Lavinia, if
Okay, so
any
this
of
slide
you can actually
just shows.
go over this PowerPoint, please do so, because we can hear.
Yeah.
That would
Ladinia, if you want to, that's fine. Otherwise, I
probably be
can
better.
read while you present it on your screen.
Why don't you present while I'll scroll?
Okay. All right. So then the last picture I saw, the slide where he started cutting out was after he showed that big blue robot arm. Is this the slide after that?
This is
Okay,
that slide.
there we go. All right, so having a 3D printer for each of our members is not only going to help with just having the printer and building it and coding it is a lot of good experience, but they're going to be able to use that 3D printer in order to make parts and pieces and even containers and cases for the robots that they'll be making in future projects. Because currently they've been ordering robotics kits, and this printer will actually allow them to maybe build their own and do a lot more um, individualized work. So rather than just following instructions, they'll actually figure it out themselves and create their own projects. And I think that they can even use it for making tools, linkages, and whatever they want. It seems like sky's the limit. So, and it's actually we see a lot of this applied in industry as well. So, if you want to go to the next slide.
A question.
So,
How
using
many,
a 3D
how many
printer.
members,
Go ahead.
how many members are you talking about? You just say for the members. You're buying a 3D printer for each member. How many?
Yes, sir.
How,
15 members at this time. And we'll go over that later. We'll go over the dollar amounts and the number of people.
I
It's
just
just
was
later
asking
on
how
in the
many
presentation
people.
if you
You
want.
didn't answer that. That's okay. Go on. I'll listen to the presentation.
Okay. All right. So then being able to use that 3D printer saves a lot of time. Like it says, to you could even print the parts that you want to make just to test them out rather than having to go to a manufacturer for a part or try and develop some sort of mold. You can actually just test it out. If you want to try a certain size arm on your robot, you can print it out, see how it works. And if it doesn't, shorten it out, try it again, or lengthen it. Gives you a lot of you know, chances to do R&D. The quality of the products in 3D printers is a lot more consistent, and they're actually pretty strong, even though the what you actually feed into the printer isn't that expensive. It's actually pretty high quality parts you can come up with. So the things that you can make are so vast that you really have so many more options with the 3D printer. And I know that there's going to be a learning curve with the coding of the 3D printer, but I think that the fact that the one that Devin chose is open source, it'll be a lot of good experience, and it is supposed to be fairly easy compared to some other methods. Can you go to the next slide? So right now, this is just the robotics committee that is going to be using this 3D printer on their projects, but it might provide an opportunity for collaboration amongst the entire branch in a lot of different activities and things that other committees might be working on. So, and like we talked about, even in industry, since this is becoming more common, members will get a lot of good experience in kind of how the code and how these printers work. And I think it even applies to things like CNC machining. So then this also, I think Devin gave some good examples of the things you could actually print, like we discussed, and the ability to do that yourself saves you time and money. So the members, I think, would greatly benefit from having one of these. Can you go to the next slide? So that is the 3D printer, and it's called the Ender 3, and I think it's made by it sounds like Creative, but the company is yeah, some other take on that word. I can't quite remember at this time. So, but, oh, I think it was right there. Just trying to pull it up. Reality Ender 3. So it's a small unit that's supposed to fit on a desk, but that's why it's more affordable than some of the nicer, larger units. So even though we can make really high quality stuff, it's just the size limitations are why it's more cost effective. So it's $189 each, and we can get it right on Amazon. Can you go to the next slide? So currently there's 15 members that have expressed interest in the project. And so we, right now, the full cost, if every member was going to buy one themselves, or if we're going to ask for that money, would be almost $3,000. And right now, what we're wanting to do is have the member pay half, and then we would like to reimburse them for the other half. So currently that right now is coming out to a total of $1,500 that we're looking for to get from the IEEE Columbus section for this project. So the actual total, I think for all 15 members would be, I think, $1,417 without tax and shipping. But we were asking for $1,500 to accommodate any incoming members. So, and we're currently working on figuring out a solution with Amazon to cover so that we don't have to pay taxes as a nonprofit. So we'll have to get with Amazon and see how that works. But right now we wanted to talk to you guys first about approval for funding this project. Can you go to the next slide? So obviously we'd like to talk to you guys about it now if you have the time or any questions, but otherwise you can always talk to Devin, myself, Bryant Farrow, or John Galsey about the project. And we'd like to answer any questions you have at this time or later. And I did send an official proposal form to Helen, and I asked her to share that with the rest of the Columbus section executive committee so that you guys would have a chance to look over the specifics. And we can get you a copy of this presentation if needed as well.
Sounds like a good project to me.
Yeah, we're really excited about it, and Devin's been working on it for a long time. And I am excited to see the robotics crew be able to do something. I think everyone actually really enjoys the kits, but I think this will be a little more creative even.
The kits have been really fun, but they're kind of limited on their scope of what we can do with them. So we're hoping by having the 3D printer, we can actually make some parts to even add to the kits that we already have and use the boards with them to be able to make different things and expand what we already have.
Okay. So Brian, what is the timeline that you're looking into these funding?
We'd like to have the printers. We want everything ordered probably by the end of the year, is I think what we had discussed at our last executive committee meeting.
Okay. Because this is something that we could possibly utilize, probably PACE funding as well, because we haven't requested money. So if we can use it as part of maybe kind of joint professional activities that we can do, we can leverage some of the funding from Region 2, from PACE to, let's say, get the funding. There is money allocated for the student activities, and but that's not going to cover what you're asking for, because we already allocated 350 to the graduate students activities, and which leaves you with about 650. But if we can get some extra money from PACE, that would definitely help out. So What I'll do is I'll forward this proposal to all the ExCom and maybe Ben Marabon, since he's the chair of PACE, and we haven't used any PACE money this year. So we could hopefully get some funding out of that.
That'd be
Hey,
fantastic.
hey, Helen, real quick. So for DeVry, they currently have $500 allocated to them this year, and then Pace also has $500 allocated. Just as a heads up. Now you mentioned that there's 350 that's already earmarked for something. I'm not aware of that, but if it's just between those two, we'd have to dip into the general funding or another organization if we're trying to cover that gap.
Well, if the DeVry has 500, and then we also have the general fund for the student activities, which is I believe we put 1,000 on that, and the graduate students on last month's meeting requested $350 for one of their upcoming event, and we approved that. And
Gotcha. Okay.
yes,
Understood.
so that would leave the general account for the students to 650.
That's true, but I don't think we're spending anywhere near all of our budget because of COVID.
Yes, but I'm just outlining what we have for the students
Yeah.
at the moment.
Okay.
Helen, I have a question. The last I remember, there was a money set for each school, and I think it was like $1,000. Has that changed, or don't you have a set amount set for each school for annual use?
Oh, well, if we look at the budget, I guess from what Howard or Daniel sent out from the last meeting, because what we ended up doing or Daniel did is that we set the budget based on the income. And in the past, in the past, we just set budget, but we didn't look at balancing what's actually coming in, and we seems like traditionally kind of just throw arbitrary amount of money in some of these societies or section, but we don't really look at the amount of money that we're coming in. So in 2021, Daniel did really work to make sure that we have it's balance allocation on the budget based on the income. But of course, we still have money in the general funds that we can tap in certain project. So if I look at DeVry, so DeVry has $500 for the student section, and it should be a student general fund of 1,000, which if they utilize their 500, and then they can still ask for additional funding from the student general funding account.
Okay, we also have the DeVry Columbus section, which is also under this section. So there's basically two DeVrys
I
under
think
the
the
same
Columbus section is already been taken out.
Well, it shouldn't, because I'm also the advisor for them. And we haven't had any event on campus because the campus has been closed, but we still have students in a variety of the programs that are either still members or we need to look up, and then once we were planning on going on campus this coming November, but they have postponed it till January. So the campus will be open officially in January.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's something that we kind of probably did not take into account officially.
Yeah.
We didn't know that they're gonna reopen the campus.
Oh yeah, the campus has been closed for almost 2 years for COVID reasons, as many other schools. In addition to what we are, these kits, but the members are getting this kits as the 3D printers. Then Devin and a few other people are going to lead some workshops and how to use this and how to assemble it and so forth. And because we are online, um, I think we could also open to students from other schools that would like to join, and again, if Ohio State University or Ohio University, they wanted the students joining this activity, as long as the funding is available to them, the students will pay half of it and Columbus section will pay for the other half. We are happy to have them, as a part of our group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with that in mind, there's with 500 that DeVry already in their budget, so that falls, I guess, 1,000 for the section to approve, since the 500 is already been approved for DeVry to use. So I guess my question is, would it be okay to bring it into motion to allocate or money to DeVry from the general fund and from the student? I would propose to use the remainder of the student general fund, and then, which is 650. So that would bring the total to 1150, and then we needed 350 from the general fund. Is that make sense?
Sure.
Daniel?
Yeah, that makes sense. And so for the DeVry Columbus that we're just talking about, are we also are we going to vote on that separately? Do they get a separate account, or is that? Or,
Right now, there's no allocation for that at the moment.
For next year.
Okay.
Yeah, for next year, yes.
Okay. Cool.
So
yeah,
next year,
yeah,
2022 budget, we need to make sure we include the DeVry online and the DeVry.
And by the way, Brian Farrell, which is online right now, he also chairs the Columbus section at the moment.
Yes.
Because we don't have the students over there on campus yet.
Okay. So Howard, did you get that? So DeVry has $500 on their budget, and then 650 is coming from the student fund, general fund, and we would have to make a motion to allocate $350 from the general fund to cover the entire 1,500.
And I guess, Helen, do we want to review the proposal first, or do we want to go ahead and vote now? Because I think
I would
going to look at taxes.
Yeah, I would like to send you guys the proposal, but I think that's something that we can do. Is it okay if we vote on it? I guess the
Sure.
ExCom can vote on that.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Helen, that extra 350 that you mentioned coming from the general fund, is that the same as the PACE money, or is it?
No,
Oh,
no, that's the section.
okay.
Yeah, because Ben is not present, so we can't use his money for when he's not represented.
Okay.
He might not be too happy with us afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there any comment as those we would like to review for the ExCom to review the proposal first before we vote on it during the next meeting?
I would propose we do review the proposal. What you have is a good guide right now. And then maybe by the next meeting with talking with Ben, we might be able to do something with pace. And I'd get a guide, see if we could, and then we wouldn't have to do exactly what you're showing here.
Yes.
I don't have a.
When's the next meeting?
We will do it in November.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that enough time for DeVry to order everything? I thought I was hearing that we wanted it done by the end of the year. Is that right?
Actually, what we're going to do, this was the request is like for 15 members. We may not have 15 members who want to pay out of their own pocket $100 each. So we wanted to get up to $1,500. And as the students buy their own kits and they pay the full price, then we reimburse them. So we may come up maybe by 4 or 5 by November. And if that's the case, if once we want to get a commitment that if we can get up to $1,500, then we should be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Because at the minimum, John, the student section has 500 in their account right now.
Right.
At a minimum. Yeah.
Yeah, 500. That should give us at least 5 kits, for. And then as we go get more interest in that, then we can get more. And also, I was going to ask you, Helen, if there is a number, or maybe Daniel, if there is a tax exempt number that we can use that you guys have, or how is that works? Is it
That's a good question. Let me look into that, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. If you want to review the proposal has more details than the PowerPoint, and also, Helen, I guess you also have the PowerPoint. You might as well share that with the committee members, and then we'll see what happens next month.
Okay. Well, great. Sounds great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any other new business? Okay. If not, I would like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I move we adjourn.
Sorry, real quick, Helen. I'll send out the budget to Howard after this call, and it'll just be attached to the notes. I know I didn't get a chance to share it.
Okay. Okay. Did anybody make a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Okay,
Wanted to make sure you had a copy of that presentation, Helen, so that you can give it to everyone. Did I send that to you earlier, or did I just send you the proposal?
You just sent me the Word doc.
Okay, then I can send you the PowerPoint as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
Just
Brian.
making sure. Thank you.
Okay. So Saul made a motion. Who's second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Daniel second. With that, we call the meeting to a close. Thank you, everyone, and
I
hope
think that was
everyone have a
John
good
that
night.
seconded.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.
Brian, are you still there? Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
We made just a tiny changes on the PowerPoint, so let me send the PowerPoint to Helen.
Okay, I saw that in the email, so that's fine if you want to send
There was
it.
just a one word in changing, so I already have that. I'll send it to Helen.
Okay, I saw you and Devin talking. Sounds good. Thanks, John.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.